Your hands can't touch it either.
Oh, I got no touch it. Don't go up there. Please don't go up there.
Ooh! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh.
Good morning. Can my GME 421 CCs become profitable? Thank you, SLD. It's possible, yeah. GME's getting the shit kicked out of it this morning, so I don't see why not. Lots of liquidity in the pre-market. Lots of opportunity to short the fuck out of it. VIX is back up around 17. Well, close. Market bouncing a little bit into open. Fuck. Another OPEC's come and gone with no price action. So sad. At least SLD next week will give my calls a chance. Jesus fucking Christ, popcorn trader. You know, you've been at this for too long not to know better. Who the fuck is SPX? There it is. How is VIX still down? VIX is up. That Netflix IV crush is real. Yes, it is. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the clowns. Ooh. Everything red but McDonald's. Does it mean that Upstart is still on Reg Show? Will they start covering? Who said they haven't already? Good morning and glorious day to you, sir. Soon may the Tendy Man come for us all. Help me understand your comment that we've seen 50 BPS of drop already, please. Can you count? This seems like a counting problem. Do you want me to? Do I need to drop? This is about 50 BPS. Well, 40 now. Is there a hooked on phonics but for numbers? Sesame Street might be helpful. I want to buy some 0DTE puts, but I assume that means we'll fill the gap first. I don't know if we're going to fill the gap. There's still some support at this level. Is it too early for tinfoil and market analyst upgrades all at once? That's some funny shit, right? Looks like yesterday's consolidation before big downs. Well, I'm trying to see what's going on with the gamma. It looks like calls are selling off everywhere. Huge numbers of them. Gamma's flipping negative into the gamma flip point. Things look pretty bearish, especially if you compare it to yesterday. Oh yeah, a lot of 0DT puts this morning. We're pretty close to the gamma flip points at 41.2750. Oh, the fast one. And then gamma neutral's at 41.16. Yeah, I know. NVIDIA got upgraded by like everyone this morning. Everything got upgraded by everyone this morning. I wonder if this is short calls closing. Might be. We investigated ourselves and found we deserve an upgrade. The banks. I don't think I've ever seen this many analyst upgrades in one morning on the 8 stocks that are propping up 82% of the market's gains since mid-March. I don't think I've ever seen this many upgrades in one day. But it's very focused. What is fast gamma? It's just kind of like the forward. It's a mediocre calculation of the forward weighted gamma. Think of it like a gamma neutral EMA. So less accurate and forward weighted. Mm. It's very bearish. It needs to relax a little bit. All right. I should write that down into something like a daily newsletter. Huh. Like a write-up I do every day and just give to everyone. Imagine if there were like a platform that I could just easily post that to and then share it across the entire community rapidly. You could call it a daily DD, like a due diligence. Have you tried Reddit? Is that the alien one? Stop shilling the Reddit IPO. Oh, believe me, I have no interest in shilling that. Can you expand on the Treasury short theory you mentioned on the daily? Watch the member stream and then the video I posted last night. No problem, man. What are the 8 stocks I should be buying puts on then? Oh, Jesus. No, Microsoft, Google, Apple. Who the fuck else got upgrades today? Tesla got some, right? Nvidia. I don't know if Netflix got any. Did Netflix get any? Tesla dropped their prices again, and that gets an upgrade. I don't fucking know. It shouldn't. Still a little more upside here. Make it on puts today? Yeah. Yeah, puts are pretty good today. Can't wait to print out every daily post for an epic coffee table book. Jesus. Gherkin, know how an amateur trader that is convinced we were headed to new all-time highs on SPX with tons of bearish news coming out about the entire market? I know a few. I want you to come to my house and sit down next to me and literally use my computer and explain it to me. I'd rather not. Apple's just a big bubble. The Apple upgrades are ridiculous. Fucking $190. Hear me out, AI towels. What's the intelligence part? I mean, the towels Bobby sells are already artificial. Good morning, Gherk. I have NVIDIA May 19, 230p is currently down 70%. If no big downs after SLD this month, would you close and reposition? Probably. I bought them at the 250 range if it matters. Okay, well, that sucks. But yeah, I'd probably close them and reposition. Hopefully you get an exit at least. Buy a 4100 DTE with me. 0 DTE with me. You're greedy. You're a greedy boy. Do I want to be greedy with you? Oh no. Can Apple hit 155 by May 19th? It's possible. It's not a lot of time, but it's possible. So the key resistance at 4110, 4100, we could have a fight there. Good idea to plan on repositioning longer dated downside options there. Possibly. Would people read this alleged DD? Usually not. Tinfoil theory, would a fund use analyst price targets as validation to go long? Let's say, for example, a pension fund. Yeah, absolutely. Just snagged one for 85. Let's fucking go. Uh, 44% down. Oil's dropping. NQ bouncing back a little bit. See if NQ fails first. It's only Wednesday. So what you're saying is you can make a new highly chemically alerted bottled drink and just add the word intelligence in between artificial and flavored? Probably. Yeah. $1 billion idea. I was by my parents this morning. On the news, there was a story about how Amazon uses AI to turn up dialogue in movies if it's softer than all the other sounds. Like, did we need AI for that? Probably, yeah, because otherwise you would need to hire like audio engineers to go and fix it. Should take very expensive. The video from last night is interesting. Thoughts about negative swap spreads? What about them? I guess the fixed rate is lower than the risk-free rate because of the inability of the counterparty to post collateral. Yeah, because all their fucking hold to maturity securities are underwater, right? They can't mark anything to market. All that inflow, nowhere to go. So all these analyst upgrades meant to allow big bag holders to dump heavy bags onto retail investors. I mean, if retail investors are stupid enough to buy into fucking analyst upgrades, then they probably deserve to hold bags. I watched the holding the bags video twice. I'm really not trying to be dumb here, but I can't help it. So inflation swaps are a contagion? I think so. An unrealized contagion. But I think they're the inevitable next step after the treasuries. It'll either be those or MBS. Kind of the same effect either way. Charts are frozen. No. The fuck? Okay. This way, I'm going to have Chat GPT write up a million bearish articles about NVIDIA, and I will litter them around the internet. Will it say anything bad about NVIDIA? Can you stream a live for this? It makes participating so much easier for us. What the fuck is that? Does market action seem like stock market bum fights? Maybe. Hey Greg, I totally just got here. I full ported into the analyst upgrades since the analysts wouldn't lie to me. And these companies must only be going up from now on. Of course. You mentioned that VIX contract expiry occurs sometime this week. Is that today? It was this morning. Hmm. Why is VIX so reluctant to move up? It's, I mean, pretty heavily shorted, and most of the price action that's occurred recently has been on like zero DT contracts and futures. There hasn't been a lot of like longer dated positioning on SPX, right? Hmm. I'm trying to see if this is coming down more and where. Starting to. That was interesting. Okay. All right. This kind of looks like we're seeing some put accumulation. More put accumulation, I should say. Getting a lot of put interest, like 4120, 4100. Um, Call interest breaking down really hard, especially on the zero DTs. It's down to almost nothing. So, cool. Cool. I wonder how much those upgrades are propping up the market this morning. I mean, look at NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA bounced hard as fuck at market open. Like a $4 bounce. Exit liquidity? Maybe, yeah. This looks like people are closing sold calls. They might be moving them down off of the 280 strike. TA on BBBY? Fuck off. I don't think the video will go down before earnings. See. Kirk, these upgrades make bag holders of retirement funds, mutual funds, pensions. Yeah. People who invest based on what they see on CNBC, which is a shocking number of people. Can you speak to GME flipping gamma neutral and what that might mean for the near future? Well, if GME falls below gamma neutral, it's going to drop like a rock. Hey, Greg, is it safe to say a lot of banks went long, shorter dated treasuries and shorted long dated treasuries when the money poured into their accounts in 2021? It's not quite how it works. It's kind of like money poured into their accounts and they went long treasuries. Then they took on inflation swaps in order to hedge future inflation, right? As inflation started to climb, they began to take on inflation swaps in order to protect their like mark to market securities. Um, then those inflation swaps were traded at a significantly lower rate than the current inflation. Um, the expectations that inflation would drive down, inflation drove up from that point forward, right? And so those counterparties had to short treasuries. Oh, this exciting price action in the market this morning. It's riveting. I like it too. It's fun. How are people investing pensions based on analysts? Have you ever met somebody who runs a pension fund? They're usually like, they were popular in their frat. I mean, these are like 60-40 funds. You could give them to your cousin to run. At best. Or they're just like long only. They just buy shit. They don't give a fuck. I mean, it looks like there's a vested interest in pushing SPX under gamma neutral. We'll see if it's successful or not. Why wouldn't the counterparties holding the inflation swap bag not push real hard for JPOW to rein it in? What do you think they've been doing? What do you think they did for the last like 3 weeks? So they're on the news and like the Fed needs to cut rates. Have you ever met my cousins? I haven't, but they could probably run a 60-40 fund. So like move during market hours. Now we don't do that here. This is repositioning. See how VIX is going up, but the market's flat. People are buying puts. Relax. Patience. God. Fucking people are so impatient. If you have puts, you're already winning. You don't even know it. It's ridiculous. Bet most pension fund managers just have a big old buy button that they push once a quarter. On the first day of SLD, a centaur gave to me the Bear Bear song on repeat. Thank you, Chaki Seki. We're not playing any bearish music until we're below gamma neutral. I've seen days on SPX where it like closed at 0. Like actually neutral. It's pretty rare, but it's happened. No shit, fucking wrecked. Look at the brain on this guy. You put it all together. Where can we read your white paper? I have never thought of that. I made white on paper. Does that count? 2-ply or printer? White papers are all stuck together. People with managed accounts in Fidelity actually think someone is managing their account. Like, why am I down 10 to 20% in the last 18 months? Well, sir, the S&P went down. Yeah, that's about it. Most swap counterparties are prime lenders. So big banks. Big banks selling inflation swaps to little shitty banks. Big banks selling inflation swaps to each other. You make up a thing to bet on, and big banks will counterparty it. AI could run pension funds. Is that why they're buying NVIDIA at 350? I mean, AI could probably run it better. We're at the part of the movie where Mr. Burry's thingy is being mispriced until they secure a net short for themselves. You mean the last 2 weeks? Where puts were free? Yeah. Puts are still really fucking cheap. Yeah. I mean, VIX is like under 17, right? That's relative, Snickers. Is Jamie going to take off for OPEX? I doubt it. They're probably just going to cover into the falling market. All of the like big call positions on SPX are closing right now, but most of them expire Friday anyway. If they aren't just sold naked, which they probably are. Yeah, the 4175 strike sold off. Looks like by about 50%. 4150's down about 20 million gamma. 4200's down about 20 million gamma. Everything in between 4150 and 4200 is sold off substantially. I'm sorry, 4175 is down 54 million gamma. 4170 down 8, 4165 down 7, 60 down 1, 55 down 3, 50 down 4, 4140 down 9 million, 4135 down 8 million. Net gamma for today is already negative, or gamma exposure for today is negative. No downs till the repositioning's done. Any strategies to play NVIDIA while it is seemingly range bound instead of long put strategy? You can play Iron Condors have pretty nice yields on NVIDIA. You can use like bear call spreads. Bear call spreads have been really profitable on NVIDIA over the last couple of weeks. Like call butterflies. I've sold a bunch of call butterflies on it. Those have been pretty good. Those are a little trickier. You probably don't want to use those if you don't have experience with them. The buy pressure here is intense. So if I hear you correctly, your thesis is we could go down here, down a little from here. Yeah, I think we could go down a lot from here. It's going to take a minute, but... Jimmy halt? I don't think so. No. Generally speaking, stocks don't halt when they've moved up 0.5%. Or hear me out. We rip to the moon for no reason. Okay. No, I don't think we're going to fill the gap. .5 volatility halt. Please educate yourself on how the stock market works. To further the tinfoil from the hot tub stream, what would be the odds of treasuries defaulting? We used to think that MBS, you mean squeezing? MBSs were solid until 2008. Would that help the Fed destroy wealth? I mean, yes. Destroy debt. Gherk, I just like the stream. I hear it really helps, especially in the early part of the day, but it also destroy the dollar at the same time. GME just following Bobby. Bobby's a piece of shit. I don't care if it's up 40%. 40%'s what, like 10 cents? 13 cents? Who gives a shit? They could cover the entire short position on that thing 3 times over and never hit $1. My baby hands wish you the happy trading day. Please pull the spy pants down already. Give it time. Why is everyone so... Just wait. It's not even been 45 minutes. You could buy dips on anything and 2 to 3x your money. C-Mill. Please just remind everyone of the $10 Bobby rule. Yeah, don't talk to me about Bobby unless it's $10. Isn't cost basis of $13.50 on Bobby a bad position? You once said it was a $15 buy because of book value. Yeah, then the leaders of the owners of the company destroyed it. That was before their shit earnings that they had back to back into the second half of last year. That was when Cohen bought into it. You know, when it was $30. And then it did go over that price, didn't it? You just didn't sell because you're a fucking idiot. People misunderstood the rule and thought they could talk about Bobby because their cost basis was over $10. Nope. Rich, you're saying you can change your mind about something when new evidence comes up? Believe it or not, yes. Did you hold Netflix out through earnings? Yeah. Buying longer dated puts has taught me patience. Not good enough to trade short dated yet, but getting more knowledgeable by the day. Nice, man. Oh. What's our short-term upside here? Like 41.45-ish. But I don't think we'll hit it. I don't know. It's really hard for it to move up right now, as you can see. I don't really see a lot of buy-side interest on futures coming in. Like we have a small bounce, but the volume's really low. Most of this is just repositioning. There's a lot of sold calls being bought back. So it's just really choppy, and there's a lot of puts being bought. You talk about what's happening at 40.70 on the chart you posted last night. Which chart? I posted a lot of charts last night. Every pump is immediately eaten. That's because the market maker hedge is flipping negative. Yeah, Shift Search was like a flow site, but they're revamping their platform or going out of business. I'm not really sure. It's one of the two. We get our own data from a data provider. That's just the average. 200 to 300 BPS is the average range for SLD. There is no structure or order to it. It just sells off when it sells off. It is chaotic in its realization. Don't make stupid bets. The problem is every time Bobby runs, it dilutes more, right? So even though, yeah, they buy options, which is far better than the GME crowd, and possibly exercise them to no avail, their sheer bullishness can drive more volatility and more price action than what we get on GameStop. No, the volume on this bounce is super shitty. At least on futures. Futures test 41.70 maybe. It's about $5 more. Kind of looks like it's going to break down. That is breaking down. Ooh, that's bearish as fuck. Yeah, we're just going to have to wait till the repositioning's over. Is there one go-to strategy you have or that you've used in the past lifetime while building out larger ports? No. I don't really have like a go-to strategy for it. There's a lot of different strategies you can use for building out a portfolio. Larger portfolios generally, you want to look towards building out income and then use those income strategies to create like a little float that you can use for higher risk strategies in order to increase capital. It's not a grape Jolly Rancher, it's a Ricola. Dumb question, but how long does repositioning usually take? I don't know. We'll find out. Could be an hour, could be a couple hours. I was looking at SPY 428 410s, but they seem a little pricey. I was considering buying the longer dated positions on this upswing, then close the shorter dated later today. Fun. Maybe. Tesla IV pretty low? I don't think so. Looks like Tesla's pricing at about a 10% move. Historically low, but it's at like 60%. Oops. Forgot to buy another one of these. Oh, this is about to get fun. Now they were 5% into SLD and I haven't made billions. Do you think SLD is dead? And I don't need to wait till Monday to say is SLD over? I usually have premature responses to everything. It's okay. It's a pretty common trend in here during any period of time that has a time frame to ask if it's over at the very beginning of it. I built my own mini gamma ramp to the downside. Ban the bulls. Do you think me banning people based on their options positioning is going to greatly affect anything? You know, in the last week you've asked me to ban both the bulls and the bears. I'm starting to think you're just trying to get me to ban everyone. Sorry about this. I'm trying to recover some of my bags in Bobby, and I don't want to hold them for too long. Out of FOMO. Do you happen to have the Gamma Max for Bobby? The Gamma Max for Bobby is not going to be relevant because there aren't any strikes around its current price besides 50 cents, right? So once a stock falls below $5, generally speaking, there's like Gamma Max is kind of irrelevant. Bobby's is 50 cents. Um, so there's your answer. Right? There's no option below you. Does that make sense? You're at the bottom of the chain, so there's really nowhere for Gamma Max to be that would be super bullish. Gamma Max is just the first strike where there's options. No problem. Hey, Girk, if your theory is right, won't the big banks be fighting any movement for the next few months? No, that's not entirely how it works. You know, they have interest rate risk at the top, right, as yields climb, and then they have treasury risk at the bottom. So they kind of need to move it from one extreme to the other. Just ban me, please. No, turd. I'm sorry. I can't bring myself to do it. If Fubo wants to be acquired, considering the low price at which it's trading those weeks, is it possible that the purchase agreement would be under $3 to $4? I mean, someone may offer $3 to $4, but that doesn't mean they'll take it, right? The enterprise value is somewhere between like 800 million and like 1.2 billion. 1 second, guy. Thank you so much. Rich Asgarian. Welcome to Cornichon, man. I think a lot of the price action on Nvidia this morning was people closing short calls. Watch out. I just upgraded NVIDIA's price target to $2,000 a share. How could you do this to us, JFresh? I'm gonna get a fill on this at 350. Oh, I'll try. I will say the gray is quite slimming. What gray? I'm not wearing any gray. The sweater's blue. Is there a tool online to find gamma max, gamma neutral? Nope. There's a website that has it. I forget what it's called, but their calculations are way the fuck off. He means the gap on SPX. Are there any call positions left they might want to rescue before the drop? I mean, 4150 would be ideal. So basically, analysts, financial news, and talking heads are all full of shit. Do your own analysis. Yeah. For the most part. I mean, or at least be able to find the meaning behind what they're telling the public, right? You have to figure that it's never advantageous for them to tell the public anything beneficial to the public, right? It's only advantageous for them to say things that are beneficial to them. And you can work backwards from there. There's no altruism in finance. Why is your name gray, Popcorn Trader? A credit card stolen again? You've really got to stop giving your credit card to strangers and expecting them to come back with it. I sent a milestone chat this morning, so it's kind of funny. Yeah, I feel like I remember that. Did it just like let you put one in the chamber? Well, I gotta fuel my ego, Draxx. Popcorn Trader, malt liquor. I got my credit card info stolen at a Costco gas station, and the guy spent $250 at the 99-cent store. I wasn't even mad. Legitimately impressed. What the fuck can you buy at the 99-cent store for $250? Like, you had to have bought all of one thing, right? Was it just like, did he just like buy Sudafed? Scratch offs? Maybe. Do they sell scratch offs at the dollar store? They don't sell cigarettes at a dollar store. 500,000 shares of Bobby. They sell cigarettes at Dollar General, but they're not a dollar. Buying Lucy's. GME sub $21 end of day. Maybe. You buy gift cards as a wash? Dollar General gift cards? Is that a maybe or optimistic? I mean, I think if the market comes down, Jimmy's going to come down with it. So I'm just waiting for that to happen. That's why you buy crypto on credit, sell it for cash, and then buy scratch offs. Can you switch to the one tick chart again and tell us how to feel? I'm not really in the mood. I want 7 million in untraceable Dollar General gift cards. Why is the market trading in such a wide range and such a volatile manner today? Is it? It's moved up like 12 BPS from where it opened. On diminishing volume. You draw support resistance on SPX. I need to schedule a call with some work peeps. But want to approximate breakdown breakout timeline so I can be more of a degenerate. You know, I put a chart in the Billionaires Discord. You can go look at it. And then you can be like, oh, this is where we are on this chart. This is where the support and resistance on this chart are. Right? We're in the daily DD. Please note our office is closed Fridays from May through August. I'm ready to spend so much time buying zero DTs with you. Ooh, exciting. They're going for the gap, Girk. Okay. Eh. They're trying to rescue their 4150s, I think. More than anything. How much is left there? Can they rescue them? Maybe. Hmm. What's being sold? Hmm. Puts building up at 4140. So the puts are still building up to the downside. So they're selling 5560s, selling 7075s, buying 4150s. Mm-hmm. These are all negative. Okay. VIX is being sold. Well, no, I'm trying to figure out what contracts are being sold on SPX. Is QQQ rising more than SPX due to analyst upgrades? Probably. Actually, no. Nasdaq's pretty beat down today. Nasdaq's down 42 basis points this morning. And it tends to be more volatile either way, but um ooh. Oh. That's not gonna work. Tap it? ES pump. Boop. Is everyone literally buying the dip? Actually, there's not that many buyers right now. The volume is low, but there's not that many buyers. It's very concentrated around the 4150 strike. Can they rescue their calls? Maybe, but could they not, please? It's their index. They do what they want. Fenistil? I think I've taken that before. VIX hit a new 52-week low. Cool. Why didn't they sell their 4150s when we were at 4170 yesterday? Greedy. Oh, look at that. 10 BPS and one candle. Fun. VIX down on 10 BPS red candle. Yeah, apparently. The futures dropped like 10. Well, almost 10. SPX, I think, was like 6. Could they want higher spot for SLD? I mean, yeah, ideally you want to sell your bags as high as you can. If you tried that already, it's not the super secret tip I hoped it'd be. Sorry, I've been on allergy medication since I was like 8. I've taken almost everything. Most of it only works for a brief period. It's not like they just needed to top 4150. Yeah, they just needed to like top 4150. They sold most of them off yesterday. They started closing them like halfway through the day yesterday, and then they bought a shitload of zero DTE calls into close to pump again, and then they started selling off their longer dated positions at the end of the day as well. Most of the upside like call interest was markedly lower this morning by like market open this morning. So they sold off a big chunk. Yeah, I've taken more than enough Flonase in my life. Taking those corticosteroids for too long a period of time is not good for you. Just, everyone stop suggesting me fucking allergy medications, please. I appreciate it, but your charts are frozen. I'm just looking at a different chart. Why is that freezing my WeBull chart? It shouldn't be. Did I open them backwards today? Have you tried railing a line of MDMA? Uh, Jimmy rejected at gamma neutral. May 5th, SPX 3850p. How does it sound? Not very good. Thanks, Ich bin Worklick. Is it possible that you're allergic to your own fur? That sounds ridiculous. I think pump to 41.55, then dump it. I don't know how high they'll get. We'll see. I'm going to put a gram of Coke into Flonase and mark it as Blonase. Only side effect is you can't feel your teeth, and it creates a standard deviation in the septum. Would you invest? They already have like liquefied cocaine that they use at the ENT doctors to reduce like sinus swelling. That shit makes you feel great. Maybe yes, we'll top out around 41.75. We'll see. I have an addiction to visiting my ENT. Why do people insist on worrying about GME during SLD? It's going down, and literally anyone that spent 5 minutes in here should know that. Ever hopeful, Blues Bananas. That's a really weird side effect that I've never had, Maxime. Thanks for sharing. Ketamine plus Nasacort. It's well, interesting. I don't like Coke, just the way it smells. Fair enough, Carl. Yeah. Everything's fucking rad, except Sherwin-Williams and Apple. I fucking love Sherwin-Williams. Every time I've bought that stock under $210, it's gone up massively. What are you allergic to? You're inside all day. Are you sure the apartment's not full of mold? I know I'm inside all day. The HVAC system in my building is on, so like the fans are blowing, but they don't have any filters in it. So it's just blowing pollen into my apartment. So I had to cover all the vents with fucking towels. Also, they're better today. I don't feel as shitty. I bought a gallon of interior latex paint from Sherwin a month ago. It's now over $100 for a gallon of paint. It wasn't even their best kind. The best one was $140 a gallon. Beautiful. That's what I like to hear. Are GME 12750Cs safe? I mean, safe from what? They're safe from profits. That's on Sava right now. Didn't they have like some bad news surrounding their drug? I know they haven't been doing that great. And Ivy's been uninteresting on it. None, I guess, for now. I'm not particularly interested in it. Interesting. Mm-hmm. It's gonna fucking break down already or what? $41.45. Gamma's going negative now. Slightly. So 41.50 is all that's left that's positive to the upside. 41.55 and 60 are weak. Shitloads of put buying. 125. Some 4150 selling off still. This is so fucking boring. All right. It's 1 week, not enough theta. I will never understand why people choose to live in New York City. Dude, you could live like a king in Cary, North Carolina for half the price of what you spend now. I went there. That place is awful. The food was mediocre. It's fucking a swamp. I know you're from New Jersey and you're okay with living in a swamp, regards Kiki, but I can't do it. Can Sherwin squirt with a current call chain? I don't know. How are you managing your Apple sold calls? I mean, I'm not needing to. I have them at 165 and 170. I've got lots of time on them. No one's exercising the slightly in the money puts. I don't expect them to either. I'll probably sell some more 165 spreads too. Well, the calls are selling off and puts are building up, yet we go up. I mean, there's futures buying, right? There's futures buying in like 0 DTE 4150s. I swear if we fill that gap, I'll do nothing. Why move to live in New York City when you can move to Honduras and be an actual king? What? I don't think like me living in touche. I don't think me living in New York City is preventing me from doing the things I want to do. North Carolina does not have buildings collapsing all over the place. There's like thousands of buildings in Manhattan and one collapsed. I wouldn't call that all over the place. Opinion Upstart still being on Reg Show. I mean, SLD just started. Give it a fucking couple days. Move to Venezuela and live like a king for $1. Or get robbed and shot by a random person on a motorcycle. The Foo Fighters are releasing their new album, Dave Grohl's Innocent. How do you play Sherwin? Are you selling CSPs or CCs on Sherwin? Premiums seem low. No, I just buy the stock sometimes, and then I sell it. Maybe as triggered as I am, knowing that a new Harry Potter is coming out. Like a new Harry Potter movie. I don't think I'd care. I mean, I'm not going to go see it because I'm an adult man. How would you explain the different cities, suburbs of New York to a non New Yorker? There's 5 boroughs of New York City. It's not that complicated. And I wouldn't. I would just tell them New York's really dangerous. You totally shouldn't come here. What kind of movies do you watch? I don't know. Fed fund futures still have us cutting rates in Q4, right? You mean S&P futures? What did you used to do to occupy your time during trading before you started streaming? Go back to bed. I think they mean Harry Pothead. It stars Matt Damon as me in my early 20s, going to community college and getting stoned in the parking lot before my math classes. Admit it, you would go to see a new Harry Potter movie if the movie had accommodations for centaurs. No, I don't really like going to see movies at movie theaters. I fucking hate movie theaters. They're dirty. They're dirty and full of other people who will probably ruin the movie for me. I heard you mention Barry on HBO the other day. I started from season 1. It's decent. It's amazing. I can't stand when people base their entire personalities around the shows and movies they watch, always going around and recommending stuff to people who never asked. It totally grinds my gears. You know what I can't stand? People from Philadelphia are always proffering up their wives in order to get me to live in their homes. And yet, here you are, Daniel Supreme and Philadelphia wife. As of June, 70p AMD puts that are down 70%. They're nice. Initial stop was input wrong and stubbornly overheld. Now I'm probably going to sell during SLD and reposition to add the money. Thoughts? That could be an option, or you could wait till June. I mean, either way. My personality is Boondock Saints. I heard that Chicago is sophisticated. If you disagree on that, a billionaire will try to beat you with a bedpost. He lives in Miami now, though, right? All right, let's Spaceman. Dad, Vix fell off the screen while the market chops again. I know, dork. I know. The rice and bean store might have to go on hold. Apparently, there's going to be a global rice shortage. Shit. Well, we could just switch to like a beans only model, right? This is so fucking boring. My only beans page is my biggest money maker. Can you substitute rice for spaghetti in a lot of instances? Gross. Rice shortage? As an Asian, I'm fucked. Huh. Trying to buy puts on Panda Express. You're gonna get a cat, and JFresh doesn't count. Why doesn't he count? He's cat-like. Yeah, I eat spaghetti when I'm a pinch and really want a burrito. Fuck. Am I wrong in thinking this pump on Bobby, 18 cents, is the usual options trap, aka price will dump tomorrow and into Friday to trap any call buyers? Probably. It's probably just some more short repositioning that'll lead to the price going up by double and then falling back to an all-time low. Like every other pump on Bobby in the last fucking 7 months. Bobby went from $5 to $30, right? And then it went down to 10 and then went back to 17. Right? And then it went down to 5. Oh wait, no, it went down to 3. Then it went back to 6. Then it went down to like 1, or no, it was 2, and it ripped to 4. And now it's at 30 cents, moving up to 50 cents. And every one of these steps, people have been like, ha, Gherk. Look at us now. But they all bought here. It's very confusing. GME chart is the same way. Well, for a while, GME actually had lower lows, right? While interest was high. It had lower highs. Wow. Right, and then it broke down. That was cool. My cost basis on Bobby is 40 cents. Congratulations on your 8-cent gain. Is it even 8 cents? 7 cents. You've done it. When are you buying your yacht? Maybe he owns 1 billion shares. But he can't sell more than like a quarter of them without tanking the price. You're right. It blows to make 20% on a trade. Yeah, it does. VIX went from being a scam to being slightly less of a scam to where we are now, which is full scam. Will VIX win the Nobel Prize for Economics with such scammery? Maybe. I mean, VIX is just doing its thing. If the market goes down, VIX probably will go up, you know? Can SLD just be 50 BPS drops in the morning? Only to close even each day? Or does it need to be cumulative? Wait, what? I mean, yeah, it could be. It's usually not. But there have been SLDs in the past where, like, we get sell offs and then they recover and then it sells off again and it recovers. Like March of this year, October. October 21 is kind of a good example. March of 22 is not bad. A bad example of that either. But usually that's after there's like a big risk off already. Truth is explain why the market crashes when rates got hard. Because two-sided risk. I mean, the market usually crashes when rates get cut because we're in a deflationary environment and quantitative easing hasn't started. I don't think that the situation right now with the Treasury shorts is something that's been significant in the past. I think it's something very specifically unique to the COVID period. I'm not watching Bobby ever. I don't care about it. I don't care if you make 10% on it or 20% on it. The fact that you bought it in the first place makes you an idiot. Please sell Treasury shorts merch. Please sell Treasury shorts. Hey, Girk, did we account for the Easter holiday deferral on SLD? There's no Easter holiday deferral for SLD. That's not how SLD doesn't have a deferral date. Can you sum up the Treasury short thesis succinctly? Or should I just watch the Sunday stream? You should watch the Sunday stream and the video I made yesterday. I know you don't want to look at Bobby ever, but look at it on the daily. I know it looks like a piece of shit. I've seen its chart. No problem, man. Assuming your Treasury through short thesis is true, would you say that post correction recovery would be like more like post '08 than post COVID? I think it'd be a lot worse than '08. I just want SPY to go to 30.90 and a single 1 minute candle. Is that too much to ask? It really is. Is the quest for 4150 dead yet? Jesus fucking Christ. This is so goddamn boring. Merch idea? I survived Freg's Day, and all I can afford is this lousy shirt. That's a pretty good one. Nice job, Nesquik. What about Post Malone? What about Post Malone? I don't really know much about him. Is he the guy with the tattoos on his face? I feel like that could be describing a lot of people, maybe. YOLO on Bobby for some fun at least. It got volume. Nah. Like if you want to trade shit stocks, you know, there's shit stocks that are up a lot more than Bobby today, right? You could have bought like China JoJo and been up like 75%. Or Vine Therapeutics. There's always some fucking garbage stock running. That doesn't mean I care about it. Vine Therapeutics is a trusted company. I think people are closing their short calls on the video right now and repositioning them. The market crash will be like the Netflix earnings, 10% wick on a flat candle on the 4 hour. It's gonna be over. It's gonna be over in less than an hour. This will be the market crash at like 7:30 a.m. ES is gonna dip to 2,800, and then by open it'll be at 4,300. No, I'm just kidding. That would halt. But Pixel jump 3%. Yeah, Express is doing pretty good the last couple days. Just made white. We're about to tank. God damn it. Making white makes things go up, Hazy. You need to make brown to go down. It's just like fucking. You know the rules. SLD started 2 fucking hours ago. All right? Everyone needs to chill the fuck out. Uh, do I even want to listen to this for 2 days? Huh. Do you think Express will survive the next 2 years? I mean, they're pretty well capitalized and their debt's basically eliminated. So I think they're in an okay spot. Members only chat until market open Monday. Yeah, but the pigeon whales made all the fucking pores cornichons, right? So it barely eliminates anyone. I can't even see the things you're saying anymore, Popcorn Trader, because your name's all gray. After that hooker or goat stole your credit card. Where's the get flop? Gex flip? 127.50. That's fine. I don't have anything important to add. Yeah, I understand that. God damn it, Brett, you son of a bitch. Welcome to Cornishon, guys. Give Brett a shout out for hooking you up. Yay, more members. Still no Popcorn Trader, but he's not really a poor anyway. He's faking poor. He's doing the pickle jar version of slumming it. Will Frank ascend from the heavens and bless us prior to riding off on JFresh to his pond to start his annual spawn season? Maybe. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Ugh. I've full ported my $69 brokerage account on 0 DTE puts. Nice, Spider. Sounds like you're going to win. Unless the market drops tomorrow, in which case you're fucked. Kirk, you're really going to stop buying futures. Well, someone needs to stop selling them to me. $41.50. Wish there was less of like a struggle to test it. It would just fucking test and drop. It'd be way more interesting that way. Ugh. I'm not sure if anyone's asked. Hey, dude, I had a really bad Tempranillo last night, and I still haven't gotten over it. What? What's this bullshit about NVIDIA being upgraded to 3040? Are they trying to get people to buy the top? Yes. Are averaging down any of your zero DTs at this constant retest? Yeah, a little bit. I might average them down a little bit more still. Not yet. So push it up over 4150, then just buy in the money 4150 so we chop above it for the remainder of the day. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you just keep your fucking shitty opinions to yourself? US 4-month bill draws 50.60 or 5.06. Sorry. Allotted at high 90.14%. Okay. I don't think anyone gives a shit about the 4-month. $30-year mortgage rates back at 6.43. That's kind of interesting. Mortgage applications are down 8.8%. Refinance index is down. Market index is down 20 points. No one wants to buy any MBAs. All right. The 20-year might be interesting. I don't know if it's true. There's no support like there was yesterday. Was 4150s falling off yet? How's the rest of the chain looking? Well, they've mostly stopped building. The rest of the chain. Hold on, I'm refreshing this. 4145 is pretty divided. It's flat for the most part. Bearish interests primarily at 4135. Put buyings, volume is 1.68. So that's like 1.6 puts to each call. I think a lot of those puts are sold. This is the weakest gap fill push ever. Yeah, it's pretty fucking lame. Looks like some of the upside gamma's selling off. A little more bullish strikes, like 41.55, 60, 65 are dropping. The 41.50s are pretty flat. Maybe they've fallen off a little bit. The puts have picked up a lot. Sold puts isn't great. Sold puts sucks because it drives VIX down. I'm not gonna lie, Fubo's garbage. Why? What's it doing? Would you get like their service or something? Most people seem to like it. What do you think about my 407p SPY for Friday? I know they're lottery tickets. Thanks. Tried it, it was bad. Huh. Compared to what? Was all the SLD accidentally deposited in Bobby? New contract to sell 100-year mortgages. Here, we come after your kids too. It'll be like Japan, like multi-generational loans. I'm not particularly worried about AI in regards to financial markets. Hmm. What happened to the rumors of Fubo being acquired? They were still swirling last I heard. That's because you don't have the vision for soft goods. Not with the current AI technology. It's gonna be boring, but it's fun to watch the Bears and Bulls battle it out. I don't know. It's kind of boring. Is it safe to say that 40.75 is a good downside price target? Or do you think it'll be 50 BPS drops followed by recovery several times over the next 3 days? Just have to cruise it out and see. 40.75s, I mean, within like the 200 BPS drop range. So, a safer price target. You don't think AI could do excellent fundamental analysis? Excellent? No. Better than most people, yes. It can make the process of doing fundamental analysis significantly faster. But that really, like in the market, that would really only serve to increase the speed of price discovery, right? Yeah. The volume is nuts for Bobby. What gives? Probably just repositioning shorts. Why GME Ivy so low? It makes me sad. Well, because no one's buying calls on it. Average vol is 160 mil for Bobby. It's doubled. Okay, who cares? Do you play chess at all? Not really. I don't like chess that much. It's like a lot of memorization. Bobby Shill's out in force. Time to buy more Vario. When futures breakdown, Dork. They filled the gap. Well, almost. It wasn't even really a gap there. Why is repositioning SPX puts every 50 basis points so appealing? Skittish bears. But I don't think there was a lot of put repositioning, to be honest. I don't even think there was that much put profit taking. Also, everything's short dated, so that doesn't help either. What materially needs to change for you to pique any interest in Bobby? Um, they need to be a company that's not hurtling towards bankruptcy. Oh, and their float needs to be reduced by about I don't know, 450 million shares. At least Revlon had like a 7 million share float, right? Or 7.5 million share float. Futures will not break down until VIX hits 4. Won't be the best time to buy a house. Probably after housing prices come down. Or rates. Or both. Bobby, $10 away from over $10. It's getting there. Ooh, big call sell off. It's taking them forever to get out of these fucking positions. I wasn't trading futures that late. The problem is I woke up too early to fuck with them. Are people actually bullish on Bobby? Yeah, there's a lot of fucking crazy people out there. It would be hard to find a more bearish company. No, it's not. It's really easy to find companies that are rapidly going out of business. You think housing will come down in 2023? A bit. I mean, it takes generally a longer time for the housing market to drop, but we should start to see some pullbacks in pricing this year and increases in inventory. As unemployment goes up, housing prices will come down more. Meta up 80% year to date. Better short than Apple? Could be. When house listings are on average over 60 days old, that's when you start looking. Probably, yeah. That's might be a good metric. So RPB wiped out on his Revlon stake. I'm still confused why he let it happen. I have no idea. Maybe he recalls it all at the last minute. Don't do that. Come on, 4150. Gotta buy those puts. Almost. 5 cents short. Future's so close to 41.75. Is everyone waiting for the drop? Is that why my puts haven't lost much value? And it's also because people are just buying a lot of puts. Huh. My theory is that he's dead or has no actual money. That's possible. Didn't he just subpoena Ken Griffin to like testify in some like art trial against his insurance company? Because people aren't buying at the money puts. And they're definitely not buying in the money puts. Whereas the people buying calls are buying in the money calls and out the money calls and out of the money calls. I don't think Kenny cares about your order at 41.50. Are people dumping Jimmy for Bobby? Probably. There's a lot of idiots in the world. I'm sure at some level that's happening. The fuck was that? Where did the gap go? Oh. I feel like you've covered this 1,000 times. For someone learning options, is there a point to buying back covered calls rather than letting them expire worthless? Yeah, you can roll them down. So if you have like more than 50% of the theta left, but you're up more than 50% of the contract value, you might as well, like, usually at that point, you'd want to consider like rolling down. Expire Friday, and I'm at like 90% profit. Ugh. Man, there's some really far out of the money fucking calls open on SPX. Like 4,200? Well, we just tested like 4150 there, and a bunch of like 4195 sold off. A few hundred of them. Who the fuck has those? Who's sitting on 4195s right now? I understand having like 4150s or 4165s, maybe 4175. Definitely not me. Now I feel like you're the guy that has them. Alright, futures rejected on its first test of 4175. Finally. Let's see if that actually leads to a sell-off. Volume's picking up a little bit at the test, too. Ugh. Amazon up today? Who's got earnings tonight? Just Tesla? Let's see. Tesla, IBM, Alcoa, Las Vegas Sands, Kinder Morgan, Steel Dynamics. Ooh, Zion Bank Corp. I wonder how fucked they are. Interesting. We probably got about another 30 minutes of this, if not more. It's 12 o'clock, yeah. Analyst estimate for Tesla is pretty low. So are their reported sales numbers. $32 for 7 empanadas? I didn't know they were now including Jesus sauce in my flaky delights. That's expensive. Inflation's a bitch, man. The formation of the chart tell you how much longer this lasts? No. It's just a rough estimate. You're counting contract sell-off until they're gone. Well, no one's really closing the 4150s yet. A little bit, but not much. So I think they're trying to use the 4150s to float and get out of the other positions. Every test so far has led to a sell-off of out of the money strikes. 4195 is starting to collapse. 4180 has been dropping. 4175, 70 has been falling off. 60 fell off a little bit. We do have some in the money puts coming in, so that's going to pressure things. But there's not a lot of them yet. We're also starting to get more puts at 4150. But it's going to take, I think it's going to take still a little while for it to break. Where are we ending today? Crystal ball. I hope below the gamma flip point. Otherwise, today will just be really fucking boring. We think 0 DT 4145 Ps will print if this action lasts another hour. How do you have 428 4150? I think it'll break down eventually. It's just gonna take a lot of time, which is boring as shit. All 4,000 calls sold. Is that how they're smashing the VIX? Selling calls at 4,000? Kind of smart. Do you and the quants track intraday critical margin line on SPX? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Is gamma flip same as gamma fast or gamma neutral? Fast. VIX falls to 1631, lowest since November 2021. Yep. Yes, we do. Don't tell Hazy anything. We don't even look at data, Hazy. Me and Dork just put silly hats on our penises and send pictures back and forth. Wait, you do that for fun? No, it's OnlyFans content. It's pretty easy money if you've got a decent, like a decent penis and a collection of tiny hats. April 21, 5,000 CPOI is hilarious. Is average VIX not around 15 or something? It's around like 14 something, I believe. Oh, there we go. That was a nice dump. So we lost a bunch of 40.75s, more 41.95s, and some 41.60s there. My favorite was when you threw that tiny motorcycle helmet on yours and then gently rested it atop a model Harley Davidson. I titled that piece Zoomies. It found a buyer in Sturgis within like 5 minutes too. It was the NFT wasn't on the market very long. I've started doing some stuff. Probably not. Hashtag hat hogs. Tiny lumberjack shirt for the win. See what I could do. Why is QQQ green? It shouldn't be. Well, I guess it's about even. NQ's at break even. Gamma Max on the video? Oh, it's like way the fuck out of the money now, isn't it? I put it, it's in the fucking daily. Go look. I forgot to mention the limited range for 4,000 to 4,200. If you increase to 3,000, 5,000, top 8 trades buying 5,000 Ps, 4-2, biggest trade 400 million. 421, biggest trade 400 million. That's a big fucking in the money put position. Holy shit, a couple 40-50s, just 41.50 sold off. If you assume your tinfoil theory were true, how would you play it? Every time yields got high, I'd buy puts, and every time yields got low, I'd buy calls. Jimmy run next in June. We'll see how it looks at the end of this week. Ah. 1 second. Breakdown? Not yet. Maybe that looks bearish. Getting closer. Still not there yet though. What's the gamma on 41.75? Or that delta on it? Well, we should look at both. .05? .006. So how many of those do you need to fucking buy? 3,000 volume on it? 33,000 volume on it. Three, 663. Huh. Do you have an SLD range for QQQ? Not really, no. It's not something I've paid a lot of attention to in the past. It generally overperforms SPX. But by how much? The average, I don't know. You think we start breaking down today or just trade flat? I think we start breaking down in like the afternoon. At least that's how it looks right now. Of the potential ads you mentioned in the hot tub stream, Treasury shorts going short indices seems to be the most likely to happen. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, I think that already does happen, right? I think the pumps to the upside facilitate them going short to the downside. This way they can keep yields like locked within a specific range in order to not create too much risk. And then they ensure that the downside doesn't last long so that there isn't a significant flight into treasuries, right? If the downside lasts too long, then people start buying into treasuries. If the upside lasts too long, then yields will rise, right? So it's kind of a delicate balance. What option flow monitor would you recommend? Options flow is basically useless. Like if you're just gonna look at intraday volume without any other calculation applied, it's not gonna do anything. And that's 99% of the data sets available for retail. Your best bet is to find a data provider, build your own database, and use your own calculations. Otherwise, you're probably paying for either incorrect calculations or bad data or delayed data. Best inflation hedge ever? Energy? I've bought a lot of energy over the last year and a half. It's not been bad. Who's your preferred data provider pick? TradingView? I mean, if you just need price data, yeah, TradingView's fine. I mean, I guess if you wanted more proof that SPX is being held up by basically just derivatives, I mean, you can just look at SPX for today, right? Everything's fucking flat or down. Very few big like mega caps are overperforming. Most aren't at all. Like, Apple's up 0.8. Amazon's up 2.23. Apple and Amazon are like 40% of SPX. No, they're not. Haha. Um, yeah, allergies are a little bit better. If shorts move from GMU because cycle is more, the wider market cycle is far more profitable. No, I mean, I don't think there've been a lot of shorts on GME since the split. Uh, there's been like a decent amount of shorting, but it was fading already, right? And then with earnings, most of the farther dated calls sold off, and there was no profitability in puts, so we didn't see any shorts come in, right? There's still time for them to come in. We just haven't seen them come in yet. I really thought QQQ was gonna dump on Netflix. Any thoughts on what happened? What do you mean, thoughts on what happened? I mean, they missed revenues by a tiny amount and beat on EPS. Apple's only $12 from all-time high. That's insane with their drawdown and cash flow. Their cash is one of their reasons to be up so high. Market cares zero, apparently. Yep. How's Apple beating Treasury rates? They're offering a variable 4.15% savings account. You can get 2-year treasuries at 4.26. Last 2 times it's broken up. We'll see. Is there anything more safe than treasuries? Not really. You could argue precious metals. I have some treasuries, yeah. Apple will just drop their yield, man. What was Upstart cost to borrow this morning? It was down again. Almost. Ah, fuck you, Weeble. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck are those for then? 121. Okay, those are all just 40/50s. The 4200s are sold. So are the 4065s. So 4060 is long. 4155 and 4150 are long. So are the 4170s sold? That's hard to tell. 4175 must be. What are those for? Those are like 519? Few of them are for 519, not many. 519 gamma is pretty flat. Where the fuck expiration are these on? 428? Hey Greg, I was thinking if I were an asshole, which I am, you are. I saw this sweet puts. I would rig SLD to be 3 consecutive 50 BPS overnight drops and continue to pump the market so I could get all that sweet, sweet put premium. Thoughts? I think you're an idiot. I think you're an idiot and you grossly overestimate people's ability to control the market. There is some ability to control the market, but participants switch sides. Not everyone's an ally. Okay, that makes a little more sense. So 428, 4150 calls. 425 calls. Gex flip at 4137.50. 421, 4130 puts. 4100 puts. Okay. Ugh. Is it gonna turn every like fucking 20 BPS move into a conspiracy theory? This is like they stopped reporting in relation to the short treasuries theory. Oh, swap data. CFTC swap data. McCarthy to unveil plan on Wednesday to lift debt ceiling by 1.5 trillion. Hey, Gorg. Oh, I answered that. SPX is the one true stock. It's a stock. Still a little longer, it looks like. I don't think 4150s are going to close yet, right? At least one more bounce. One more bounce? Fuck, I sold my calls. Should I buy more calls? I'll buy some more calls. You should be happy. This morning we flipped from opening on a gap up and breaking even for the day to opening on a gap down and breaking even for the day. Where's the participants on our side? They're there. They're just not buying out the money puts. Is this just mid-Feb again? Yeah, it's kind of the same time frame. Wouldn't it be prudent for Treasury shorts to go net short on indices and let it dump? I mean, yeah. Once shorts are cheap enough. Call skews, I mean, puts, believe it or not, puts still aren't that cheap. I think on SPX, it's like the delta skew is still like -5 or something like that, or -6. That would mean they're more than calls, not cheaper than calls. In regards to your response to Mr. Walken, oh yes, I can. Who do you think won't let our market correct? And our swaps are fine. Wink, wink. Oh God. Hey, Gurk, and the rest of the people. I'm back to world. I've been off the grid. What's up, Boxum? Missed you. Happy to be back for my daily injection of financial infotainment. It's good to see you, man. Welcome back. How many SQQ positions right now? Mind looking at what OI is like? Thanks, man. I don't have any SQQ positions right now, I don't think. No, I didn't get assigned on my CSPs last week. I don't think I sold any this week, did I? No. OI on SQQQ. Where is it? see. SQQ puts were falling off yesterday, or fell off yesterday. I mean, SQQQ is kind of just trading between like delta neutral and gamma max, which is basically where it spends all of its time. Maybe a little more towards delta neutral than it usually is, but not much. There's really not a lot you can do with the OI there, given that, you know, it tracks the daily value of QQQ. And interest is usually fairly split. When I look at the money strikes on SVX, calls are more money than puts. Go further out. I mean, delta skew should be measuring like 32 days. Or your broker is mispricing them. Keep comparing this to February. SLD and Feb was heading up until Thursday. Then Thursday and Friday it gapped down twice in a row. Yeah. I know. I mean, we're literally only 3 hours into SLD and everyone's fucking whining. Meet Kevin's situation? I have no idea what you're talking about. Since a lot of the calls have been selling off, all this price action is mostly fueled by future buying. I mean, 4150 buying and some futures buying. It's a mix of the two. There's also a lot of 4175 buying, but those are like 0.05 delta. So I don't really know how much effect they're having. Do you have any GME-CCs expiring 421 that are in the money? No. I have some GME-CCs expiring for 421 that are out of the money. I have some in the money ones that expire in like May. Stocks go up because real interest rate is 0. Real assets will rise in conjunction with inflation. PPI don't want it be like banks stuck in fixed rate if inflation continues up. We've been watching videos on YouTube. It sounds like you've been watching videos on YouTube. Stefan has a channel where you can spout those theories if you want. I have SPY 400Ps for 519, which are down like 30% right now. Should I just hold? I mean, you've got a lot of time. It's up to you. I mean, you can roll them or something. I mean, I wouldn't roll them at 4150, but you could roll them in the future at a lower price. Are analysts aware of SLD, or are they told by their overlords to issue upgrades today? Since the overlords are in charge of the pumping strategy and are aware of SLD, I mean, it's a good way to sell your assets without the prices of the underlying declining too much, right? There were like 40 upgrades, 30 or 40 upgrades this morning. If you guys can, like the stream, it really helps out the channel. Thanks. Thanks, Girk's publicist. Look at you doing your job. $29 of those 30 were NVIDIA. I sent you a DM. Can you take a look and tell me I'm not crazy? Oh, Jesus. Why are you looking at 93 days? Hmm. That's odd. Why is the skew negative? Hold on, let me look at something. I wonder if it's just really skewed at the strike. Because that's because the Ivy smile and the strike we're at right now. So yes, no, you're not crazy. And the fucking skew on SPX is super weird. So it's just massively sold at 41.75. 4,200 through 4,220. And then on the put side, it's super oversold at 41.20, 40.90 through 40.80. Yeah, so here, I'll show you why. Look at that. So you see like where that peak is? And that price range, the calls are overpriced. From what we've seen from the short Treasury's strength, do you think they can maintain this cycle? I mean, we don't have any strict evidence of the theory, right? It's just plausible because of the moving parts fit, right? So I wouldn't make presumptions about it. I think quarter one earnings ends this, and the analyst upgrades seem to support. I mean, yeah, quarter one earnings are going to have a really hard time meeting the current analyst upgrades. So puts are cheaper if you're buying at the money. Yeah. Did RC move SLD? What? No. SLD started 3 hours ago. Fuck off, Hazy. You don't need to see. Don't worry about it. It doesn't affect any of you. I'm saying stocks are dropping because of the hunt for yield if I assume inflation's higher for longer. So you're assuming a rate of inflation increasing? Because you can lock in that yield for fucking 20 years or 30 years or 5 years. Business growth is underperforming the yield. Across the board, there's a decline in margins. And they're only going to further contract. Also, risk, right? Treasuries are risk-free. $30 to $40 upgrades this morning. I believe that's what's referred to as a coincidence. Yeah. Well, 4150 is finally starting to sell off a little bit. A tiny bit, but it sold off a little bit. Interesting. 4160 selling off a little. Put side on the 4150 picking up. I like to see that. Very, very stable amount of gamma pressure, though. Interesting. Okay. Well, if puts keep building up some interest here at 4145, 4150, I like it. Where does that put us time frame wise, though? Still like another 30 minutes, right? I guess that could move faster, but it's not right now. That looks bearish as fuck. Hmm. FRC getting weird? What do you mean? Is it getting weird? It had a little pump there. When's their earnings? Next Monday? Yeah, 20-year bond auctions in like 2 minutes. The 20-year is way the fuck up. The 20-year is like almost at 4% right now. It's going to be really interesting if the 20-year crosses 4. How bearish you think that'd be, Dork? Scale of 1 to 10. When was the last time we were above 4% on the 20-year? It was like early March, right? Don't you guys have somewhere else to hang out and talk about Bobby? Go back to your fucking subreddit. Anybody start experiencing a three-way conversation on Instagram DMs that wasn't supposed to be a three-way conversation? No? Although I don't have Instagram, so that might be why. Interesting that the intraday volume has just declined all day on this pump, and we haven't had a single significant sell-off. If put buyers come in, this will drop like a rock. Well, they are a little bit. They're very hesitant. Scared bears. The video above or below 280 this week? What's it at right now? 278. I can still see a test at 280 today. How do auctions work? Um, so they accept bids based on their rate, yields, or discount margin from lowest to highest until the entire amount of the offering has been awarded. And then all the successful bidders get the same rate, yield, or discount margin as the highest accepted bid. I want to go long 3M here. I would wait a little. I've done a lot of digging on 3M. I would wait. I think there's a better price in the future. It's very close. And I don't think you're wrong either, but it's not there yet. So your bond action, previous 3909, actual 3.909, actual 3.920. Yield still driving up. Hold on one second. All right, where are we? Volume is very weird today. All right. Too many protected puts to let it drop. Now, the market maker is going to get a really vested interest in getting the price of those puts up, right? That they've sold. Especially if the market starts moving against them. They're going to want to price those puts up quite a lot. This looks like maybe the last. I don't know. I'm gonna close out the calls I bought on wherever this ends up. I just set like a trailing stop. I always fucking close my calls too early on this bullshit. Well, the 20 years up like half a point since the auction. The 2 year, the 2 year is fucking at 4.25. Have you learned anything in the past 3 weeks? It's been 2 weeks, first of all, and in the entirety of that time, the market has moved up like 120 basis points, right? So it's not exactly like it's been super fucking bullish the whole time, right? And when the future sellers come in, there's no fucking downside support, so they just destroy the zero DTE calls. Well, because I don't just look at options data, Stefan. I don't think my 20, 40, 55, 41, 55 calls were pushing the market up. Jesus Christ. The 4200s are almost gone now. The 4190s are almost gone too. Still nothing selling off at the money. We'll just sell a bunch of 4200s. Interesting. Issue being that it's gone up 120 BPS with everything being super bearish and nobody buying anything. I mean, people are buying futures and zero DTEs. Regarding the current inflation swaps theory, are the big players preparing to short equities to hedge bond purchases? Yes. That would be what the theory would imply. At the top. At the bottom, they would go long as fuck in order to halt bond purchases. All right, Pitt's dead. Is Vic's dead? Am I dead? Well, given that you're asking that question, I don't think so. Thanks for keeping me company, Gherkin. I'm off to start my day and hopefully eat lunch soon. Never forget you're the best. Thanks, Nautical. Sounds like Meta just did another round of layoffs that were announced to their employees today. Bullish. Cyclical effect until they can get out? Seems like it, yeah, or until the Fed starts lowering rates. If the Fed starts lowering rates, then they're saved, right? But if the Fed keeps increasing them, it just makes it worse. Except I chose the exact right time to fucking put my stop loss in place on those. Could not have been better. Now are we gonna fail 4150? Yeah, right? Soon though? Maybe we do just start failing it. Everything gives way? I'm very okay with this outcome. Inflows are getting nice and bearish. 4170 sold off. 4175, 4170, 4165, 4160, and a little bit of the 4155 all sold off on the dump. But not the 50. Man, they fucking love 4150. We're gonna slip to like 4148 and they're just gonna start buying the fuck out of 4150 again. What's the volume on that fucking strike up to now? It's almost fucking 150,000 contracts between 4150 and 4160. This fucking market's ridiculous, Dork. It's not even like they're trying to get the price up, right? Like they're not overbidding the 4170 or anything. They're just trying to keep it above 4150. Like I don't even get the benefit of that. It's so much fucking money. And most of these calls aren't like profitable. Like they're not closing them, right? Even if they cash settle them at the end of the day, like yesterday, the majority of the volume was bought 50 cents in the money, right? Zoom out on the charts a little. I'm pretty fucking zoomed out. You want me to go to like a different time frame? Should probably be zoomed in on them a little more. So they burning money here? I mean, I feel like at best they're burning money. At least like earlier in the week, you know, it was scaling, right? You know, they'd get it above like their high interest strike. And then they would start buying the shit out of the money strikes, right? And they'd pump it up. But the last like 3 days, they just keep buying the high interest strike. There's no scale, right? They're buying like this and like 41.75. And then this, they buy it, they sell it, they buy it, they sell it, they buy it, they sell it. This, they just keep buying more and more and more and more and more. But all that serves to do is like keep the price like this. Bringing VIX down? I mean, yeah, but I mean, not much more than it was down yesterday, right? I mean, a little bit. 10 more cents. So they'd run out of money, little G-Wagon. Like, like last week, earlier this week and last week. Both of the times, like every time we've had those big futures sell-offs, like these have like this one, these have like blown up their fucking zero DT positions hard. Billions of dollars down the drain. And we're not going anywhere. I mean, if you look from like where the volume and the initial pump like died off, right? Which was like going into Monday like 2 weeks ago, right? Which was right around. This is like Sunday night. So let's say from Sunday night 2 weeks ago till now, we've only moved up 133 basis points, right? You compare that to like the 3 days of actual pump before that, right? And you know, which was 358 basis points. I mean, it does, but it's still like, why not just give up here? Like there's no value in doing this, right? Like if you look at call profitability over like a 5-day rolling period, it's just going down. 4-day rolling period. So they're making less and less and less money. Initially on the first pump they made money, right? But now it's not making money anymore. So why keep doing it? It's a bull market. Yeah, 1% bull market. Didn't JFresh say there was a boatload of puts sold? When do those expire? I'm sure they're all over the place. Because if they deposit money from their fat stacks of money instead of selling equities off into, well, first of all, there's a lot of participants that sell equities off into SLD, right? It's not just like big banks. It's all over the market. It's hedge funds, it's mutual funds, right? It's anybody who's using excessive margin market makers. Um, so you know, they're not the sole participants. Like the big banks aren't the sole participants in SLD. One more day. Also, is the preparation for that equity short indicated by the dropping VIX or any other factors? Well, they've kind of spiked call skew in this price range, right? Which makes at the money puts very cheap. I'm gonna be real with you. I full ported into puts at 41.45 this morning. How fucked am I? How much time do you have on them? Also, why? Why do people still do this shit? 2.5 hours? Jesus fucking Christ. Uh. Do you see increases in puts bought? It's like a slow accretion of puts, but it's not like a ton. I did see your money bags thumbnail. It was dope. Well done. If banks can full port into swaps, we can do the same. No, that's not what full porting into 0 DTE puts is. And I think it'll probably drop below 41.50 before the end of the day, but so risky. Yeah, I don't think it's despite us. I don't think they give a flying fuck about us. Never-ending fees. Is this the triple top? We'll see. We got some call capitulation on that last drop. Although I'm not really sure it led to much of a build-up in the put side. A little bit at like 41.40. 41.45 still skewed negative. 41.50 is still getting pumped. 4,200 and 41.80, 41.70 and 41.65 sold off a little bit here. Or are selling off a little bit here. The 41.35 put interest is picking up. Let's fix to 11 bajillion. Inflation to post-war Germany levels. Let's start trading in guns and denim. Man, I got a collection of Levi's if you've got some bread. $41.50 calls propping the market up to bleed theta on massive sold put positions. Eventually they'll buy those back and will drop. I don't think the at the money sold puts are very significant. Thoughts on Zion earnings tonight and regional banks in general after the rally on Wall and MCB yesterday? They could be an interesting play, I guess. I'm not particularly interested in playing most of them. Zion, I think, has a pretty heavy amount of risk. I don't know how much of that'll be apparent. I feel like their depositors are almost religious about which bank they use. The video was under 270 like 2 days ago. Is this a sloppy head and shoulders on the 1 minute? Yeah. It's not that sloppy. I need the future, man. If SLD continues through as planned, then yeah, the video should end up under 270. How does the amount of puts and put call ratio compare to previous SLD periods? I mean, SLDs are usually propagated by equity sell-offs, not so equity and future sell-offs, not so much like huge put interest. So I would say that the put interest is roughly in line with like the last period. We saw most of the put interest in February come in after the initial drop. What are they going to upgrade everything that they upgraded today again tomorrow? The reason I mean, at least this morning I got some confirmation that it's probably the big banks doing this, right? Because only the big banks came out and upgraded all the fucking tech stocks that are holding up the market. Infinite upgrades just every day. 50 fucking new upgrades. Fucking ridiculous. Are you selling your GME cover calls? Buying them back, you mean? No, not yet. The upgrades will continue until morale improves. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like when they were fucking rating like tranches of fucking toxic debt AAA back in '08. You give me a friendly reminder of my puts for it to at least wait 1 day to enter new positions. Trading on a money high never goes well. I'll try to remind you. Bear Stearns is fine. Yeah. What's to do with Upstart and Reg Show? Are they due to go off it soon and be shorted? We'll see what happens. I think it's approaching 13 days. Hmm. Closer. Well, more of the calls out of the money are gone now, right? So the upside range is reduced. Still not going to break down just yet. But flattening out, I wonder if there's just something significant about like 41.75 to 41.80 on futures. That's where like all the fucking volume's trading. It's so stupid. Every day on ES is the same. There's no growth. It's just trade flat, drop, bounce, trade flat, drop, bounce, trade flat, bounce, drop really hard, bounce again. These are like our intraday trading sessions. How do you set up your AVWAP multipliers? Do you just change them to match the price action decently? Hmm. No. What's the best way to explain this? Not explain it. Uh, hmm. I adjust it using the relative range of options buying. Based on the ranges in which theta is being sold. How the actual fuck does a dude get to keep his job after telling millions on national television, Bear Stearns is fine, and then it crashes? That was the signal, right? Kramer was trying to save us. Kramer's the hero in this story. If you know inverse Kramer, right? And he knows that everyone knows inverse Kramer. So if inverse Kramer is a universal truth, then all of a sudden his vote of confidence is really a warning, right? He doesn't want to get offed by Composite Man. No, I'm not really expecting anything exciting on Upstart. Were all the big banks in bed with each other? If they weren't before, they probably are now. Are the counterparty of those swaps want to take advantage of your fuck they are? What? I mean, the counterparties would take advantage by buying treasuries. Except they don't have the depositor inflows that they had in late 2020, early 2021. And now they're facing down the fact that, they have massive depositor flight. You have huge amounts of flow into money markets and obscene savings drawdown across the American public, right? Savings are down how much, Dork? Notionally? Trillions, right? So all that money that came in the system, a lot of it's left. And since all the big banks are stuffing their money into on RRP instead of buying treasuries, because they were short treasuries, the environment just became more and more illiquid. Wait, so Bear Stearns wasn't fine? Exactly. Now you're getting it. Bipolar Bear Stearns. When does on RRP end? When the Fed pulls back the rates on it. Who's the Lehman Brothers this time? I mean, wasn't SVB like 10 times the size of Lehman Brothers? I mean, it's not fucking OPEX right now, is it? I have a feeling that when VIX moves, it's going to move really, really fast. Did you ever read Too Big to Fail? It was an interesting read of the timeline during the financial crisis. Yeah, a long time ago, but I did. Inflation adjusted, the two banks that failed are the second and third largest in U.S. history of failed banks. They were, but SIVB was the first shoe, could suggest a much larger shoe than Lehman. What if it's JPM? Not that one. But JPM is a fortress. Kramer said so. Who's AIG this time? AIG? Berkshire? If JPM fails, we declare war on someone. We might have to declare war on more than one person. If banks are working together, they might have this under control. They might be able to ride this out until the Fed starts to lower rates. But the Fed's not like lowering rates yet, right? Think how bad it is right now. This shit's going on, right? And that the Fed's still going to do one more rate increase. And the effects of the rate increases from last year haven't even been felt yet. Like I mean, think about it this way. The labor market is still getting stronger. And unemployment was down on the last report. There's so much fucking debt in the system. There's so much credit, right? So many defaults. I'm firing people as fast as I can. Give me a break. You should have AI do it. It could do it way faster. I don't think it's Jamie Dimon alone. I mean, whoever came out this morning and upgraded every tech stock, it's mutually shared between them. You ready to short TSM before earnings because of seismic risk? No. I'm already, I don't need to short TSM. I'm already short NVIDIA. Unemployment doesn't measure quality of jobs, though. McDonald's, not same as Meta. Yeah, but Meta's headcount isn't reduced anywhere near to where it was in the pre-pandemic. Even with the layoffs, they're like nowhere close. I mean, it's not like JPM was the only one taking on swaps, right? We know the Swiss government's juggling around CS's big fat bag of swaps that no one wants, right? The government doesn't want to bail them out, and UBS doesn't want to pay to bail them out. Which probably means that UBS has their own exposure that they need to deal with, and they can't afford to take on extra exposure, right? What happens with those Swiss bags? I mean, eventually those swaps are gonna like have payments, right? Didn't he only just like well, he sold all his TSM. I think he only sold a small amount of his Apple. I mean, banks have already basically like cut their lending down to nothing. Did you guys see the chart I posted in Pickles Picks? Where is it? This? This is the 2-week change in new loan and leases across U.S. commercial banks. This is the lowest it's hit since the 1970s. I mean, I would say that the SPX is already operating under the assumption that the debt ceiling is going to be lifted. Yeah, deposits are at record lows. Money market flows are at record highs. Wells Fargo is a fortress. Short REITs that focus on commercial real estate. I mean, a lot of that's. I feel like a lot of that's already priced into them, but yeah, that would be a target. Especially if the 30-year crosses 4%. Fed beige book gonna do anything in 5 minutes? Probably not. Actually, you know what? This is so wonky. It could. It could have an effect. $4,200 just sold off by about half the contracts that were open. Why is Cisco drilling? Who do you think the safest bank is right now? I mean, it should be one of the major ones, right? It should be like JPM or Wells Fargo or B of A. I don't know if it is, but it should be. If if I'm right about this Treasury shit, then it may be that the smaller regional banks are actually safer, or brokerages are, because they're custodial holders. Treasury 10 minus 3 month, negative 1.65. Double top into 50 BPS sell off here. Mm, that's the rest of the gap filled now, right? What was the opening gap? That closed. Oh, closed at 41.54. So the gap's closed. What time is it? 2 o'clock. It's getting close, but I don't know if it's done yet. Call interest just picked up across all the strikes that sold off earlier, so I guess we'll see what happens here. Futures are close. No. Futures still have about $10 more to that upside test if this continues to break out. I don't know if it will. Can you run back over the Treasury thesis? You can go watch the videos I made about it. The Rothschild Bank should be the safest. I think they took it private. Why would they be the safest? Because they're private? Unless you have hundreds of thousands in the bank, you're fine. Yeah. Even then, if you split it up, you're probably fine. I typed my symptoms into Chat GPT and it said I cannot make a medical diagnosis due to liability. It's basically already a doctor. I mean, did it charge your insurance twice? Then it'll actually be a doctor. Guys, I just made my own bank. Send me all your money. I'll keep it safe. I promise. We're not even at a higher price than we were yesterday. I could relax. God, every fucking green can. It's like when you guys are holding puts, it's like every green candle you freak out. When you're holding calls, it's every red candle. Just stop freaking out. We're looking at the fucking 1 minute. Don't switch to the 5 minute. It's more scarier. I think maybe they successfully saved their 4150 calls. Well, let's see if they sell them or they. Oh, they are. They are selling them. But they're also buying 4170s and 4175s, 4180s, 4185s, 4190s, 4195s, 4200s, 4205s. Which will be really great if this fails and all those calls get burned. Pull the rug, 4150s. You can do it. Did SPX just fill a 1 penny gap from yesterday? Holy fuck, it did. I don't know if the new ones are sold. And the 4200s probably are. I don't think anyone's trying to push 4200 today. Now fill the gap at 4051 and then everything collapse. This is bullshit. Believe it or not, these red candles are bullish as fuck. Hold on. Okay. All of the calls that came in just sold off again. From 4170 to 4205. Yeah, it looks like the 4200s were sold. Those stayed right where they were. 4175, 4170 selling off. 4165, 4160 selling off. Momentum? Keep selling. Pull this rug. Gorbachev. Pull down this pump. Where's Ryan Cohn when you need him? Yeah, it could be that they're being used to stabilize prices during SLD. We'll find out. Yes, holding? No, it looks like ES is selling off, and with volume too. Volume's picking up on ES. ES back to 4170. Do we have rug pullopotamus or something? I haven't seen him in a while. You stream this in VR so you can hover your shoulder and breathe down your neck. Yes, 4180 about to become support. We're just a little bit below the support though. Just good news. Uh, how are the tips on SPX? Slow moving. Also, you can't really use it on SPX. Well, you could, but that's not the ideal place for it. All right, that's few 4150s and 4155s selling off. Not a ton. Looks like 4175, 70 sold. That's on out of the money bear put spreads yielding 10% on SPY. It's pretty dope, right? More sell-offs? Ooh, yeah, nice. Okay, 60, 65, 70, 75, 180 selling off. We need more at the money calls to sell. Those are still really not capitulating a lot. Like the 4150 sold off a bunch on the drop. But now it's kind of stabilizing. Getting close. Next like 10. Well, we're either gonna bounce or fall in like the next 9 minutes. I think we're gonna go down. We might go down pretty hard. I just don't know if there's gonna be another bounce first, like retest the lower high there. Like right here. And clear out the, like, if they pushed really hard and cleared out the rest of the calls, or if this is just gonna fail. I mean, if this fails here, it's really bearish, because then that can push the 4150s out of the money. Still selling off out of the money calls. 4180, 4175, 4165 through 4180 just sold off a little bit at each strike. The 65 sold off the least. Where are the motherfucking put buyers at 41.50 though? There's a decent amount of puts there, but there could be more. Okay, that's a little better. Some 41.60 put buyers. Some 41.55 put buyers came in too. I really hope this doesn't bounce. If this doesn't bounce, it could be a fun end of day. Well, if someone would buy fucking puts, the VIX might go up. Did you think about that? Instead of it purely dropping on call capitulation. I mean, the put buyers don't seem to be very stressed out. They're just chilling on their puts. They're not really closing them. But they're also not really opening more. Okay. 40.75 dropping off. Oh, a little bit of 41.55 falling off here. Buying VIX puts. Fight those long funds. I couldn't even if I wanted to. I could full port with margin and not even make a dent in SPX. You can, do insurance companies sell swaps? I'm sure some do. If they don't sell them, they definitely buy them. Blaze of Glory. That's just stupid. Is there an index you could make a dent in? Probably not. Like one where the market maker won't just destroy me? I doubt it. Okay, 41.50. A little bit of a consolidation. But 41.50 just sold off a little bit. The 15-minute looks really bearish, but we're not. That's gonna take too much time for today. That's right. It's not about making a dent. You buy a bunch of contracts, then tip off Motley Fool and Unusual Whales that there's unusual options activity. I don't know if I could buy enough puts on SPX to create an unusual options activity notice. Otherwise, they'd be reporting the, like 40,000, 41.50 zero DTUs that have been bought in the last 2 hours. Well, those calls are the ones that are selling off are out of the money, right? They're low delta. The 41.55 and 41.50s, they're selling off a little bit, but not a ton. Can you tell us the name of the book you recommend for learning Greeks? I could have sworn you recommended one, but I can't remember. Hmm. Fuck. God damn it. Options and, fucking, didn't, can never remember the name of the author. Sheldon Nattenberg, options, volatility, and pricing. Yeah, it's Nattenberg. It can be kind of hard to find copies of it, though. Lots of this bullshit behavior resulting in SLD being either PM after hours dumps or a bunch of tiny dumps from now until Monday. I mean, to be fair, SLD is usually a bunch of pre market and after hours dumps. Someone just trying to squeeze the ES seller at 4180? I don't know. It'd be nice if they didn't have V mode enabled. That way some of the SLD could be realized. It's only the first day. There's tomorrow and Friday and Monday morning. Do you straddle SLD or buy shorter puts the day before? I usually buy puts. Like I start buying puts like going into Tuesday or Wednesday. Has it been 11 minutes yet? I guess at least we're not retesting. So this should just get progressively more bearish. The question is can we drop through 4150? Why did SPX halt? Too scary. Progressive maintenance. 4110 SPX puts for Friday. 2 degen. I mean, at least get them through the SLD period, right? Like, I would at least get like Mondays or something. Fuck, it is gonna test it. Son of a bitch. Oh. I think Tesla rockets after hours, then dumps in the AM. I don't know. I'm not really very interested in playing Tesla outside of like neutral positions. I'll probably buy some like condors on it or something before close. I don't think it might not even be worth it. IV is about the same as it was like 3 days ago. Hmm. Oh, don't feel bad about it, Jimbo. This week it's been hard to hold on to calls, right? Because they surge up and then you set a stop and it drops like 100, like fucking 40, 50 BPS, right? And then you're like, oh, okay, well, this is trending down. So I'm gonna buy calls. And then immediately reverses and tests higher. This week is a perfect example of where theta and averaging into positions comes into play. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we've been relatively like flat all week, right? So, um, if you bought all the tops and you bought theta, it's not that bad. Are you gonna continue to enter straddles throughout SLD? Mm, into Thursday? I don't think I'd want to straddle. Let's see. It depends where we end up by the end of the day. If we end up below 4150, I might. If we stay in this range, I might not. Or if I do, I'll like off. It'll be like offset, like a ratio straddle. Everyone's saying we're in such a strong market. Yeah, but it's basically flat. Later, Tyler. You too, man. I only got puts. What the fuck is going on at 41.90? Nothing? Oh. The market will hit 4,300 before it collapses. Mark my word. I don't care about your words. I mark them all the time, and you're only right like 25% of the time because everything you say is essentially a random guess. Why even buy puts anymore? Literally month of ups and no reason to think it will stop. You know, you're worse than Lenixis. I just need a gap down as big as Jafar's teeth in the jail cell scene of Aladdin. All right, Theta Force One. Well, I hope you get it. 25% of the time is pretty good for random guessing. Is it? There's only two directions. You have to be pretty knowledgeable to give wrong information that often. Look at Kramer. Are you saying Watkins Kramer? Because this is not the first time that this has come up. I've also never seen them together. Watkins never co-fies when Kramer's live on TV. Just saying. Curious. Come on, get all the fucking calls out of the money. Just go. Sell off. Yeah, that's right. Why is the cat being so quiet today? I don't know, because he has a job? funny would it be if Kramer just started referencing clips of your stream on air? God, I hope not. What is severe stress is the extreme front end rates have decoupled. The 1 month T-bill is now at 3.89%, 3 month T-bill 5.2. Spread is a record 131 BPS. Oh shit. 4150 still aren't selling. These fucking bastards. You're out of the money. He straight up steals your songs or just remixes it. I would never know. I don't have CNBC. You are Continental. Stop trying to pretend you're not walking. We all know you're walking. It's getting old. Some price drops. 4150 buying up. We need to save their 4155s. I mean, technically, there's more of those now. $50 down. I mean, they're losing a lot of delta on the position. The lack of put interest is fascinating. I'm surprised there aren't more 4150 puts being bought. Like there's a decent amount of puts at 4150, but they're not really increasing substantially. The only entity that can save our puts are the big ES sellers that all coincidentally start selling ES at the same time. Yeah, that generally tends to be the best. Hmm. $41.80 still holding though. Any chance of the bear song? I'm not playing any fucking songs, alright? You will get songs at gamma neutral, or you will not get songs. It's very simple. If you don't like it, download fucking Spotify. Hmm. What if it hits GN in the pre-market? Then I'll play a bear song at the start of the stream. I play 8 hours of Tibetan bells when I trade to align my money-making chakras. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you do a poll for whether or not we do songs and then override us and not play the song anyway? Because democracy has no place in the stream. No. I don't wanna deal with all the steps. Welcome back to Zillionaire Expert Pog. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling.
I don't know if it's actually shit posting sometimes, though. Right, Dave? Like, he might not be joking. That's terrifying. Why would you say that? Because I don't think he always is. I mean, this is the same person that brought us office terrariums. And Thanksgiving workouts. Or what was it? Channeling appreciation during his workouts. If you were sitting on Friday puts that were down and out of the money, would you hold them for one more day? Or roll them to next Friday? I really wouldn't want to hold them overnight. Maybe I'm overreacting. I don't know. How far out of the money are you? You might be overreacting, but maybe it's because you already underreacted. 50 BPS? It was gratitude. Oh, that's right. Yeah. He was channeling gratitude into his workouts. I have SPY 410Ps that expire in minutes. The market doesn't close for another hour and 14 minutes. I mean, I guess you could define that as minutes. 74 minutes. I don't think they'll print. 410's pretty far out of the money. Check DMs. Beautiful. Upstart's still on reg show. Odds of a squart into next week. Probably pretty slim. Zero DTE 4150 gonna print. I don't know. You're $5 out. Maybe. Because broker auto closes options trades in 14 minutes. Don't use that broker to buy zero DTs. This is me showing my appreciation while waiting to buy Pontiff. Just so everyone knows, SLD won't happen until Friday between 12 and 4 because that's when I'm flying to Amsterdam. Sorry I forgot to tell you earlier, Gerg. P.S. Want me to get you some black licorice? Absolutely not. And thanks for letting us know, Lawrence. Make a gamble on some options for today. What? Keeps my inner bitch in check. What happens when I buy Pontiff? God. If I say nothing, will it keep you from doing it? Check DMs. Okay, that's pretty good. How come y'all can swear in chat, but I can't? I don't think anyone can swear in chat. Hey, Girk, is my flight on Friday going to be delayed or canceled? The forecast calls for thunderstorms, so I'm a bit concerned. I'm only in Cozumel for the weekend, so a delay would really stink. Fuck, I don't know. I'm not a weatherman. Dick. Sorry to think the video won't drop hard because Girk would have to travel all over the country due to a ramp up in Pontiff. So you're saying I should go long? Last one wasn't me, but some imposter. Check the credit card. How am I supposed to check the credit card? Ah, yes. Right where we're supposed to be. Yes, perfectly flat. No, hey, 155 puts went up. Yeah, 41.55 puts went up. Cool. But then so did calls. No, trash. Private, should I get this mole checked out? Where is it? I mean, you'd think that the market maker would prefer the market at like delta neutral or gamma neutral, not at 150, 41.55. Maybe it underreacted. My thesis was buy next Friday puts on the rise this AM, then close this Friday puts as we edge down to open or lower. Probably should have just taken profits this AM. Probably. My balloon knot. Wait, hold on. Get a wet wipe and rub it. And then if it's still there, go see a doctor. I didn't jump anybody. Don't worry, those puts are sold. You could make more money streaming the weather. I mean, what's more than zero? I remember I sent you those guys just driving, talking about the weather with 20K people watching. Those were storm chasers. I mean, I don't know if they ever found a storm, but they were chasing them. You mean a paper bidet? Sure. You're like 6'9", right? You definitely jump people. Is that how you got the seed money for your portfolio? I am not 6'9". Can we see something drastic during power hour? Yeah, we can see 4150 calls sell off. That'd be cool. Or we just stabilize here long enough for them to all build back up again. And we rip right back up to where we were. He didn't deny the important parts. What is it, J-Mac? Yes, that's correct. Although volatility is picking up here, I think some of the 4170s and 65s are being sold. Maybe they're selling 55s. It doesn't seem like they're buying them. Hmm. If we're buying them, why not up more? Don't worry only shakes down bankers for info while bar hopping in the financial districts. How else would we have found out about NVIDIA to 300? No, you can't change the chat filter. It's determined by YouTube. I have no control over it. I got a comment shadow banned for saying not sober via alcohol consumption. Well, sorry. I don't know what to do about that. Wouldn't they have sold off at 4160 then? How are you sure they aren't sold off and will be bought to cover to stabilize SLD price action? I mean, I'm not. They expire today. What's happening with SPX? Why is it in such a tight range? I think it's doing a like a horn. Well, maybe. What is this stream? We can get medical advice about our balloon knots, but not meteorological. I'm sorry, man. I don't go outside a lot. I'm not like a good person to ask about the weather. Is this how the world ends? 4155 until the solar expansion, heat destruction of Earth? Possibly. Win red giant?
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We'll go to Power Hour, Pickle Champions. Get ready for face melting SPX drop of your dreams. Happy 1 year, Girk. Thanks, champ. Happy 1 year, man. This is all end with SPX at 10,000 or a country in a depression. It all ends with SPX at 4150 and our country in a depression. This is the most blatant, ridiculous market manipulation I think I've ever seen. And here's the thing, is like, there's no way that every participant in the market isn't aware of what's going on right now, right? At least every informed participant. Which means whoever's doing this is so big that they either can't disrupt their positioning or they're not even going to bother to try. Or they've tried and gotten fucked. It's the Fed. uh. Do something, you fucking lazy ass market. Cough, Jamie Dimon, cough. Isn't he being deposed today? Gary Gensler's only been on the job for 200 weeks. He's almost up to speed on the market manipulation. I mean, he's trying to pass laws that would actually make a difference in the market. He's getting fucking railroaded by every congressperson and senator that's in a hedge fund's pocket right now. How dare he bring up next day settlement? The system is working as intended. I mean, yeah, it is. Greg, I missed a 917 area code phone call just now. Were you trying to reach me to sell the SPX calls or buy more futures? How the fuck are my 1 DTE still green? I have no idea. Jesus Christ, this is unbelievable. Any reason for this to break down? It's propped up with farts and wishes. $1 billion farts and wishes, but it's and you know, if it was bullish, I'd be like, okay, I'll just buy calls. But it's also not that. It's neither bullish nor bearish. It's just nothing. It's just 4150. Is this stagflation? Oh, Jesus Christ, don't say that. Markets achieved total neutrality. 4155 calls at the bottom this morning are the same price right now. I know. There's no profitability in this. That's why it makes no sense, right? Because like if they were making money, sure, but it's like a net loss every day. Even VIX has stopped going down. SPY going for lowest volume full day in a year. Market's so zen right now. Don't be jealous that SPX has found inner peace. It found it at the wrong fucking price. Think it's an MM? It seems too big. Also, I mean, the MM's not really advantaged at this price. Delta neutral is way below us. So is gamma neutral, right? I already talked about how, I mean, it doesn't, it's not stabilizing price against SLD sell-offs though, right? Because there's no large SLD sell-offs occurring anywhere. That makes sense if like everything else was tanking and SPX was just staying up, right? But like all the indexes are just flat, with the exception of Dow, right? Dow's down, Russell's up, Nasdaq and ES are flat. Meanwhile, yields are just rocketing. What about second gamma? I mean, even that's at like 4130. Barclays is closing down 21 of their ETNs. Something about suspicious activity on one of them last year. Last year was when they shut down VXX, right? Or detached it from its futures contracts. The reason Dow's down is because Cisco's down 5%. Earnings? Absolutely no news. Besides some unusual options positioning. Huh. Curious. Cisco isn't that big, are they? They're like a $200 billion company. So they're pretty big. I mean, it's only the first day of SLD. So it's hard to say yet. We should already be dropping. This is fucking crazy. I'm up 60% on my GME 2250 CCs for 519. I want to roll them, but with OPEX next week, I feel like it's too early. Is that logical or am I dumb? It could be a little early. Pump. This is the big pump. I don't know if that's it. That was fucking pathetic. I guess you can't pump that hard when your zero DTs aren't making any fucking money. Vic's acting like the economy is saved. Good thing you drew that line there. I know. God knows where it would have gone if I hadn't. Thanks, Jonathan. There's no capitulation though. It's just fucking. Ooh, there goes some 4150s. Okay. So they're pumping the futures and selling off the calls. So they need to pump harder, right? This isn't enough. Do you have more up-to-date VIX ETF short interest? Don't you have the login? We all use the same one. Just ask Dan in the in Concord. I thought I sent that to you like a while ago. Maybe it was Carl. This is all driven with 4155s? Yeah. 4170 selling off. But you already know that, trash. You constantly cockblock me, you saucy minstrel. Password is guessed. I don't think it's that far. That's that far off, actually. It's been almost a year. It hasn't been a year. It's been like 6 months or something. 7 months. He was in there from the beginning. When put prices go up, I have a feeling they're going to go up so fast. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Well, if these calls ever capitulate, then there's literally nothing left, right? It's just all from like here down. There's no bull. All right, ask Dan. I formatted it like a professional email. Nice. The Dans are super professional. No, they're not. My mom says I'm a professional. Well, it's interesting that no bears or sellers are stepping in to just push it down. Yeah, that's probably the weirdest part about all of this. Is the only place you really seem to have a lot of sellers is at like 41.75 through like 41.80, 41.85 on futures at least. Greg, I just bought a weekly Tesla put. Smart? I mean, it's smart if Tesla goes down. $4,200 end of week. It's a bull market as the father of all bulls foretold. Who's the father of all bulls? Tom Lee of Fun Strat. Is it possible to halt the VIX? I mean, I think VIX futures have a limit up, limit down. Historically, did Tesla straddles print? They're okay. Straddles kind of suck at earnings because of the IV crash. Yeah, I saw they dropped the price of the Model Y again. Ugh. Congrats on your new Model Y. I didn't buy a Tesla. Maybe we're approaching zero liquidity. How much money would you spend to watch a two-part debate between Peter Schiff and Tom Lee? Where part one is the verbal discussion, part two is a no-holds-barred cage match hosted by John Cena. $35,000. Just off the top of my head. Analysts upgrade everything, market up 5 BPS. That's VIX futures. There's many contracts on the VIX futures. The Wednesday at the beginning of SLD has always gone up. I don't know if that's entirely true. I know in March and Feb it did. Actually, I'm not sure if March did. Did March go up on Wednesday? I don't think it did. Yeah, March started dropping on Tuesday. And then it hit its low on Wednesday, actually, for the period. And fucking February. In February, we didn't start dropping till Thursday. Jan, we started dropping Wednesday, but like middle of the day. Like the market opened up and then tanked. For December of last year, SLD was on the 21st. In December of last year, we didn't fall off. We started to drop off Wednesday into close, and then we didn't fall off hard until Thursday. November, Tuesday through the bottom was on Thursday. We haven't had an SLD where 2 months back to back went from Tuesday close to Friday close since June 2020. March 2023 technically went up in that period. Yeah, well, it had a drop off for SLD, but then it bounced back by the end of the week. December had a Fed rate hike on 12/14. Yeah. Hedging. Yeah. Yuri. Because to hedge the future, they're going to buy the underlying basket, right? Which moves the price up, and then that increases weighting in ETFs, and then ETFs will go out and they buy their baskets, right? So everything, because of ETFs, in a way, you know, everything from like futures to the shittiest stock in the market is linked, right? To varying degrees, obviously. That's what, you know, beta tells you. No, SLD goes through Monday. Why is everyone like, what the fuck? This is like the 20th of these that we've discussed and streamed together. And you've been here forever, Verax. It starts Wednesday, goes through the following Monday. It's not that fucking complicated. It happens the same time every month. Did you see my Tesla questions? No. What percentage of SLDs produce downs? A pretty high percentage of them. I don't know. It's like out of the last 20, I think 3 didn't really yield much of a price difference over the period. I guess the last 24, 3 of them didn't yield, so. Like, 87.5% are profitable. You could probably go further back than that, actually, but they became even more apparent after the COVID crash. Which I kind of wonder if that ties into our theory as well. Today's the first day of SLD. It starts Wednesday and ends Friday. Friday just happens to officially end Monday at open. Sure. That's a far more complicated way of saying it. Yeah, there's a ton of puts at 4,000 for this Friday. Cork, win, down. I don't know, man. Everything's saying down, but the price is flat. I don't think Pickle Jar owns all of them. Girk, what's the ticker symbol for actual physical pain being caused by the market? How do you know if those 400 pieces this Friday aren't sold? Oh, they were bought like over time at mostly at the ask. Those have been there a while. Those were bought like right at the end of like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. Like right at the end of the big pump to the upside. And your support channel info on your Pickle Financial, you can just update to say when SLD OPEX are, and then just say, please see my previous email. I mean, refer to the channel info. I don't see how people are still confused about it. I just want to say thank you for all you do. The education you have given should be world famous for the info you give. P.S. You may be a shill, but you're our shill, and I love you. P.P.S. I will fight for you. Thanks, Venseg. I appreciate your loyalty. If I buy a call on the VIX, how does the counterparty hedge it? They'd probably sell a put. I'll fight Venseg for you. That's nice. Okay, this is it. Is it though? Is this it? Or is this just back to 41.55? Hey, look, the 4160s are selling off, and then the 65s and 75s are almost gone. There's still a few puts. 41, 55, and 50 are still like basically untouched though. Hold on, I gotta draw this fucking line further out. There we go. I wonder if we can break on through to the other side. Fill all the gaps before close would be fantastic. And then also the gap at 4,000. Like all the fucking calls they bought back here, right? All these 4150s they bought here are worthless now. The theta decays killed them. And they didn't sell them here or here, right? They just bought more. No, neither. You have to answer the same exact questions way too much. Are the banks just trying to bleed out the massive net short positions in the market? They're just trying to create their own massive net short position? Why not prop up to infinity? Like, what's the value in that, though? This is a, like, these are losing positions, right? You didn't read my member chat, shill? That's not true, but liquor. Hey, Gork, first time, long time. When SLD start and end? Oh, that's why I didn't read it. What do with my NVIDIA puts when market crash? Thanks. XOXO ass lick. Why the squinty face? Yes, this is capitulation. VIX to 50 tonight. That would be so fucking awesome. I've got a gap, Greg. Can you fill me? Does the majority of SLD downside occur outside of market hours? A lot of it does, yeah. I'm trying to load literally all the bags onto the MM, but when MM just rug pull, like, why doesn't the MM just price down the calls? Fuck them, right? It would just destroy their positions, right? Just dump the hedge. What are they going to do? Buy futures? There's only two possible explanations. One, they don't know what they're doing. Two, we don't know what we're doing. All I'm going to say is that I got a full 3K back on my taxes. Nice, pigeon teeth. The reason I can think of is that they just let 4150s die on the vine today. It would be they're preventing a greater loss in some way or providing opportunity to make more elsewhere. Where? The video on its way to 290. It hasn't even broken 280. Since we're going to close flat, do we still consider the sell-off in the morning 0.5 of our 2% SLD? No. To ask if we're still bullish on Rev. I mean, I still own it. Shorting treasuries, that's where. But they're driving yields up. Did you notice any particular buildup of SPX calls or puts during this boring day? Yeah, there's a nigh infinite number of 4150 calls coming in and 4155 calls. They never sell them. They only buy more. They move out of the money, they buy more of them. Theta decays on them, they buy more of them. Oh, hey, someone sold some 4150s right there. Just a couple. Did Move tick up today? Move did tick up today. Yesterday? So bond volatility's picking up. That could be exciting. I don't even care about $25 and bullshit. Jesus Christ, Express is up how much today? Interesting. Oh shit. How far can we go in 17 minutes? You'd be surprised. Maybe all the way back to 4155. Tesla earnings might be bad because they're lowering costs, right? Well, they've lowered costs, but they've also lowered prices. So it's hard to say. Also, they have great accountants. Hold on. There's a little bit of capitulation here. Someone selling futures? Yes. Sell them all. No, the bottom line is very important. Sell all things long. All dips are just fuel for rips. Oh, this is beautiful. 4150 dead? Kill it. Kill it with fucking fire. I don't. You can stop at 4148. I don't care. Just kill 4150. Did someone just buy a put? Holy fuck. Yes. Now, if you could kindly drop 300 BPS, that would be fantastic. Nope, not back to 4150. Down. How would this day end perfectly? SPX 4100. VIX 30. That'll never happen, but it'd be beautiful if it did. GME 45. You really need to learn to trade options, Pigeon Teeth. And then don't do it. It's a terrible mistake. They're pumping text so hard right now. I see. Index is down. Equity's up. Here's the thought. AI is pumping NVIDIA to fund its own empowerment. That would suck. This is a simulation, right? I mean, it must be. They're fighting so fucking hard with SPY. Dude, they're fighting with everything. Look at the fucking equities aren't moving and the market's trying to fall off a cliff. They have doubled the amount of 4150s they own. Is this just like a market? Like, is this just the market crash? When this breaks, does the market just crash? Who the fuck buys $2 billion worth of worthless zero DTEs? They're not even worth money anymore. Sorry, that was me. I hope someone comes in right now and just sells like 50K fucking ES contracts. If the market closes below 4150, they lose it all. Yeah, I mean, the cash settles, so they'd be worthless. $15,000 futures volume. Seven minutes. Is the 4150C volume rocketing again? Oh yeah, without a doubt. Both 4150. Look at this. 60, 55, 50. They're just buying all of them. Those aren't even going to go in the fucking money. I mean, they're not that cheap, right? Like, they're buying the 4155s are like $30. They're fucking going up. Look how many contracts are being bought. It's like hundreds a second. Why would you sell one here? That's so risky. Fuck. Is Kenny just going to take their sweet premium? I mean, if someone sells a big fat block of futures right now, yeah. I mean, it's been going on since before SLD. It's been picking up every day, but it's been going on for the last 2 weeks. It's just more and more of it every day. And it's more concentrated at like one strike now. Love a good old-fashioned institutional knife fight. I mean, I don't know how much of a knife fight it is. It's just like they're buying calls into the MM, dumping the hedge into close, right? So they're trying to keep pace with the MM dropping their delta hedge on the calls as theta runs out. SVIX falling off a cliff? That happened the last time we dumped hard. Yeah, they're still buying them. The volume hasn't slowed down at all. The call gamma's at 3.5 billion right now. Just at that strike, Dork. It's 3.9 billion at 41.55. Now 3.2 billion 41.50. Yep. And those are zero DTEs. You know how many fucking zero DTEs you need to buy to get that much fucking gamma? 2 minutes to expiration? What's your VIX position? I have, I don't know, 1,200 calls between, I think they're 12 and 15 for June. One minute left. Blow their shit up. Come on. How does the MM not just try to steal fucking $6 billion here? Because you can check the data against multiple sources, Stefan. MM is the Fed. They have the printer. This is fucking crazy shit, man. Ding ding. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. So, what the actual shit? $6.01 billion call gamma and negative 432 or negative 4.32 billion put gamma at the 41.55 strike. What are futures doing right now? Do futures just sell off immediately after close? And 41.75 still holding up. They can't, I guess they can't let it dump till the SPY contracts close, right? The fucking tail risk on this shit's got to be enormous. Is the market maker just carrying this shit over day to day? Sticking around to watch the drop? No. Oh man, that's fucking nuts. The tenacity is impressive. I'll say that much. Well, I mean, they still managed to close just under the long-term trend here. Despite their valiant efforts to the contrary. I don't know where we're gonna open tomorrow, but we're still, 200 BPS at least short of our average move for SLD. So, and that puts us right around well, actually we closed at the exact price that I had this set at this morning. So 40.70 to 40.30. I mean, if this does break down below gamma neutral in an overnight move, that's it, right? Because the hedge momentum shift is going to just drive this shit into the ground. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck's going on here anymore. Like you got the heaviest weighted equities in the index moving down while the index is moving up. It's just fucking crazy. It's like pigs flying. Tinfoil theory about this calls could just be a bug in the software somewhere. I mean, I'm looking at it from multiple sources, so I doubt it. Did it seem like a bug in the software to you based on the exchange information, the options data? All of them support the same thing. Yeah, but I'm looking at like fucking 6 different sources of data at once. I've got our data, I've got trading view, I've got fucking trading vol, I've got spot gamma, I've got Schwab and IBKR open and WeBull. Tesla missed on already pessimistic expectations for earnings. Retro. Cool. I mean, better because no one reminded me to hedge Tesla earnings. But nice. Let's take a look at it. I mean, they're only down like 1% so far, right? This hasn't even updated them yet. That's not too bad. It's not tanking like Netflix did, right? He'll just make up some bullshit that he never does, right? And he's going to talk about AI in like a few minutes. Gross margin down 977 BPS. Okay, that's really bad. No worries. Tesla upgrade tomorrow. AI Cybertruck. It cheats on your homework for you in the wilderness. Think they'll ever take zero DTE away? They should. I think they instated it for a reason. What will it take for QQQ to die? I mean, if Tesla really shits the bed tonight, that could hurt it. I think Tesla's still, I mean, it's still pretty heavily weighted. And it's $500 billion, right? Does AI mean artificially inflated? Yes. Yeah, but maybe when AI comes out of Elon's mouth, people will realize what a hoax it is. Maybe he's the one who needs to turn the tide. And then people will be like, oh, it's a scam. Maybe. We'll see. In the meantime, I'll see you guys all bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a lovely night, everybody. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.